And we're live, I think. I hope. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I hope everyone is doing fine on this Friday night. Welcome again to Death Stream number 19. So yeah, tonight I wanted to do something different as well. We're going on a few little tangents in these streams, just because there's a couple of things that I want to deal with. Let me just put this light on it as well. And this is actually in response to a question that was asked yesterday or the day before on one of my YouTube videos. And it's actually something that I've been wanting to try out for a little while. So I gave a reaction on that, on how I would approach that problem. And I figured might as well give that a try, because it is something that is pretty useful to have. So we'll do that, and that is hands. So OpenVR, our plugin, as well as the Quest plugin, both support a form of hand tracking. With OpenVR, it is based on the capacitive capabilities of these guys, figuring out basically where your fingers are and animating a mesh. In the Oculus plugin, we are doing something similar. However, there, obviously, if you take the controllers out of the picture altogether, the Quest is able to use the cameras to actually track your hands, and it will properly position and animate the hand model that you have in your game. But what if you don't have any of that? So that is going to be our topic for tonight. We're going to look at implementing some logic to make our hands move based on basic inputs of the controller. So one input is going to be our grip. So when we grip our controller, there's actually a pressure sensor on these things. Even going back to the old Vive ones, they have sensors there. When I look at my touch controllers, there is a whole button that you actually press. So that is the one that we're going to use to make a fist. And the other one, obviously, is our trigger. But depending on how far we press our trigger, we want to react on that. So that is the topic for tonight. However, before we get into that, let's have a little bit of a think about what things all happened this week. And that's a good one. 3.2.4 Beta 1 was released, which is a really nice release for us personally, because it has the changes in there that I did that support the OpenXR plugin. Was that actually news for this week, or was that actually even last week that was released? That's a good one. I want to have a quick look at that, whether I'm not a week off of that. So, in the news, 21st of October. What are we today? Oh, well, actually it was slightly more than a week ago. But yeah, the 3.2.4 Beta 1 is obviously a really nice build for VR, because it supports the OpenXR plugin on Windows. It was already working on Linux, but now the basic version works on Windows, so that's already a good thing. Straight to this one, actually. Why not? I wanted to quickly mention MacRacer on my stream. I think I briefly discussed MacRacer last week as well, but I don't think we had the Kickstarter launched yet when I was talking about it. So Jan and Mikey have been running a number of tutorials related to Godot through Kickstarter projects. So they did the Godot Getaway one a little while ago. There's a couple of Blender courses that they've done, and they are now working on a course for a game called MacRacer, which is it's inspired by Wipeout. It's actually very different in gameplay, but the idea behind it is similar. You have little flying ships, little racing ships, flying over a course. And it's a really fun little racing game that they're building. And the idea there is that they will present a course that teaches you how to build a game like that, all the way from the start, from how you build the levels, how you build the ships, how you make the ships work, to eventually having enemy ships and to have power-ups and weapons and all that sort of stuff. The enemies part of it is something that they've asked me to help out with, so I am involved with this project. I'm doing a small part of I'm doing the AR part of it, so I'm doing a nice bit, but it's still, compared to what Jan and Mikey are doing, it's a small contribution. But anyway, yeah, it's a nice, fun project. So if that's something that you are interested in supporting, go check out their Kickstarter page and have a look at it. And yeah, it's a fun project. So I just wanted to shout that out on the stream tonight. What else has been going on? Trying to think of anything special that happened this week. The week went by really quickly for me. Got introduced to the wonderful sport of squash. That was fun. Took my kids there, and we had some fun with that. But that has nothing to do with game development. Just sprang to mind. Yeah. Nah, I think that really are the two things that I really wanted to talk about. The fact that the 3.4 beta is out, and Mac Racer being launched. Now, for tonight, I just downloaded the Godot OpenVR FPS. If you are not aware of this, docs. I should have prepared this a little bit better. But in the official docs, there is a VR starter tutorial. Twisted Twig Legs made this one based on a bunch of stuff that I prepared, and then he really went to town with it. It's a really cool little demo to try. It has a lot of the basic functionality that you need to make a VR game, from teleporting around to picking up things to handling guns, shooting things, all that sort of jazz. It's a nice little tutorial that really covers a lot of bases. So if you are trying to get into VR, it is a good starting point. He builds everything from scratch, so he assumes that you have nothing to start with, just a copy of Godot and obviously the OpenVR plugin, which he uses for his tutorial. Everything else is built from scratch. So it doesn't use my Godot XR tools. Sorry. It doesn't use any of the other frameworks. Everything is explained from start to finish. So yeah, a nice take on how you do things. Now, the reason I am looking at this is for my little hand thing, I need a hand. And I could look and download one from a website. Excuse me. Like Free 3D or CG Trader or something like that. But then I suddenly have an asset that I can't release. I really want to either look at modeling my own at some point, or asking a modeler friend if they want to download donate a hand model. Hi, Ismail. Yeah, good timing, dude. Yeah, see if a modeler friend of mine will be willing to donate a hand model, because this is something that I do want to add into my Godot XR tools library. Just in case if you are not aware of that one, on GitHub, on our main Godot VR page, you will find a project called Godot XR Tools, and that contains a number of standard libraries that you can use to create a Godot VR application. So it just has a couple of basic features in there. I want to start adding our hand model logic to that and create a new function for that. Now, one of the things that I've been wanting to do for a long time, which we're not going to do tonight, but I am planning to do that in the not too distant future, is start renaming some of these things. I had a naming convention that made sense when I started this, but it's something that really started to get away from me a little bit. So yeah, that's another one that I do need to start taking, having a look at how we can improve that and name some of these things a little better. Excuse me. So that is something that we're going to be looking at today. Now, the other thing that I need to have a look at for that is liberating the hands that we have and they are actually in a VR assets DAE file. So I hope my Blender actually works, because I haven't used Blender for a little while. I'm usually just programming. So we're going to start with importing that into Blender, just getting the hands that we want, having them alright, look at that. It's probably even the first time I have started up 2.9, because I think I only just installed that the other day. So actually that means that we need to sort of get rid of all these first. Dunk, dunk. And I think DA files we still need to start an import. So DIA. Where are these guys? Is that not back? That's back. Okay. Development, FPS, assets. There we go. Bear with me while I remember again how our good friends Blender works. Well, actually, before we do anything with it, let's start back in Godot and actually create a new project for our little thingy that we're going to build. So I'm just going to, no, not import, new project. Let's go. That wasn't where I wanted to create a new project. Development. For now, let's just put that in, why not, tutorials. Select that one, give this thing a name and say VR hands. Should I put an underscore in there? But okay, too late now. So now we do have that. So we've got a place to create some things. So let's start with creating a new folder here called assets. In there we can start putting our hands. Alrighty. I also want to grab, where are you? Why can't I see the wood for the trees? I obviously need a VR thingy, so I am just going to go and, oh, that's still the old VR common, look at that. I'm just going to grab that one. So yeah, crash course in starting a new VR project. Yeah, well, Ishmir, same for me. Should I call you Jan or Ishmir? Anyway, I have that problem with Blender all the time. I love doing modeling, but I go through periods where I model for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month or two, and I'm building something, and I'm really having a lot of fun and a lot of a lot of success, and then all of a sudden I quit cold turkey and I go back to programming, and then the next time that I start up Blender I go like, what? And for me, actually, the last time I really did something serious with Blender was in 2.7, so I'll probably be struggling a little bit tonight, but we will see how far we get. That's where are we? Hand VR hands, there we go. So here we need to go and put a add-ons folder. Oh, my nose is itchy. I'm just gonna dump my OpenXR file in there. I can leave that stuff all in place, so it doesn't really matter. Because I'm not gonna check that project in. I'm eventually going to move this stuff into my XR tools library. So obviously same thing here. I want to get my XR tools. There we go. So those are our two little startup things that we want. Let's actually quickly put our scene together here. So we need a 3D scene. We're just going to call that main. I'm going to go and drop our first person controller in there. Let me have a look. So that just has left hand, right hand. Doesn't actually have anything else in there. Should have our startup code. So OpenXR is initialized. Engine iterations is put to quite a high number. We actually need to return that somewhere. So that's good enough. I do want to make that editable children so that we can put some stuff here. Don't think I'm really that interested in... well, actually, let's just, for now, because we're not going to have our hands in place just yet. So let's just put a mesh instance here. And we're just going to make that a cube. And we're going to make that cube a little bit smaller. There we go. Just so that we can visualize that. I'm going to go and duplicate that and add that here. Oops. There we go. And I need to reset my transform there. There we go. Just so we can see those guys move. Let's give this thing a floor. Ground. Nope. I need to name it ground. I always make that mistake. I'm trying to find the thing that I want to name it instead of the object that we're going to use. So we're going to go add a ground here. We're going to give that a mesh instance as well. We're just going to use a box again. Where are you, cube? But in this case, we're going to make it nice and big. This one can be 1. And let's move that down by... Is that -0? Yeah, -0.5. So that should now be nicely on the ground. Obviously, I want to give that a texture, but we'll do that in a minute. And I want to give that a collision shape. And that is going to be the same thing, a box shape. Now that's extend, so I need to make that half of that. What do I make the size for this thing? 1000. So that needs to be... Doesn't really matter too much because we're not really going to be moving around right now. We're just going to... What? I said 500. Thank you. There we go. And then that needs to be -0.5 as well. So that should put our box on the ground. Again, right now we're not using that yet because I haven't put any movement logic in here. But I just want to get our thing started. Let's go and throw in our good old textures that we usually use here. Where can I get those? Probably you can get them from my object interaction. But yep, that one. Copy. Hands. Assets. Paste. I also want to... Actually going to put that all in add-on, so that's alright. Okay. Let's actually save this guy. Call that main. That's cool. Then in mesh instance, we're just going to go and load up our grid. There we go. Right. Not sure if that scale is correct. Let's have a look at how that's set up. Oh, okay. We're going to make that triplanar. Is that the right size? I don't know. 4 meters by 4 meters. Let's just put a cube on the ground, which is 4 meters by 4 meters, so that we can see if we need to scale this in some way, shape, or form. Cube. So this is not 2. I need to make that 4. 4. Okay, that's definitely a lot bigger than what we made that. So we can see that that is 4 times too small. So do I need to scale it this way? Or do I need to go the other way? No, I think that Y is not needed, but I do that just in case. I just want to make sure that those are the right size. There we go. All right. Nishela, hi, how are you? Really? Did I start early? I think I started nicely on time on 9 p.m. Might be because the clocks changed. And here in Australia, they change at a different day than in the rest of the world. So, so yeah, we had a clock change at the beginning of the month, and I think that the clock changed in other parts of the world. I don't know, actually. Summertime, Australia. So summertime on the 1st of October. So yeah, that was at the start of the month. Okay, what about Europe? Began on the 25th of October. There you go. So I might actually want to quickly mention that on Twitter. Okay, guys. Long live summertime. I probably want to put a link on there, won't I? There we go. want to go there for sharing. I don't actually want to run it double. There we go. Boom, boom. Tweet. Thanks for that remark, by the way, because I was wondering why the chat was a little bit quiet at the beginning. Wow, US changes this weekend, so fun and games. Love that summertime stuff. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using CSG mesh unless I really need to do the CSG logic, simply because there's overhead in creating them. The cube primitives are they have a little bit less overhead in what it creates. But other than that, it's only startup stuff, right? Once it's created, it's created. So, all right. So this is working now, hopefully. Now, I haven't actually started up Steam VR yet. Come on. Let's hope it doesn't go and needs to do anything with that. And let's hope that everything is all linked up properly. Yeah, man. This actually doesn't work for me. For some reason, even if I install this, it just ignores it. It's so annoying. Which also reminds me, I need to go start that guy. Start that guy, and then of course one drops to the floor. That's really handy. There we go. All right. And my Steam VR is up and running. That's all that I wanted. Let's go and run this. And obviously, I need to select my main for that. And that didn't start up properly. Why did that not start up properly? Let's put it down for a sec. See what it says. I think the reason for that, if my cables won't just go and mix up everything. I have too many cables just messing up. Okay, so my guess is that because I copied everything in, it actually hasn't figured out that I have a library here that it needs to start. Or is there something? Oh, that's all done. So why are you not auto-loading? No, it's loading now. Okay, was that enough? Or not? Okay, do I need to? I need to call that. Okay, I thought that was going to be running automatically. So we actually need to have a little ready script. I'm not quite sure why I did it that way. Kind of makes sense because that way I've got control over when it starts. So actually I can just do that auto completion with that, can't I? FPS controller dot initialize. Oh, already did that. Alright. It does help when you run everything properly. There we go. Cool. So I want to make that big. Whoa, that's having a bit of tracking problems. Why is that having tracking problems? Probably because my one of my sensors is in a bit of a bad spot here. I need to figure that one out. Yeah, you're not liking that. Let's see if that can track my head a bit better. Yeah, that probably needs to restart now because that's completely confused now. No, it's tracking properly in here. Oh, yeah, that fixed it. There we go. And yeah, we got blocks for hands. Hello, blocks. All right, that's just our starting point. We have it. At least we know that our controllers work. Yep, perfect. Here we go. Hi, Ivan. Hi, Magnus. Ah, cool. Another Quest 2 convict. Very good. Yeah. Where's my Quest? It's a good question, actually, where my Quest is. My daughter was playing on my Quest earlier, so pretty sure it's probably in the living room at the moment. Anyway, so that is actually really, in how long have we been busy? Less than half an hour. We've set up a project with, in this case, OpenXR, fully running, and we haven't even used any of the Godot XR tools. We just plopped in the first controller scene that came with the asset. And again, this is something that we have done in every asset. You don't have to use it. Obviously, you can add that code to your project yourself, and then use your own AR/VR origin and AR/VR camera, because that's all that's in this scene, right? This is an AR/VR origin point, and we got a camera. Left hand and right hand are both controllers, so that's pretty much your basic setup. But most of or actually all of the plugins have a sample scene to get you up and running. Now, if you want to make a game that you want to deploy on multiple devices, deploy it on PC through OpenVR or OpenXR, whatever has your preference, and you want to use the Quest plugin, obviously, to deploy it on your Quest, you probably would want to build your own instead of just dropping that in here. But for tonight, I'm just using that because it just saves me a few minutes. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Now, obviously, if you support multiple devices and you want to do that, you'll have to write a little bit more here to detect whether you can find the Quest plugin, the OVR mobile plugin, and if not, then switch back to the OpenXR plugin. And then in your exports, you make sure that the OpenXR plugin isn't deployed on the Quest, and the Quest plugin isn't deployed on PC. That's basically how you create a project that is cross-platform. Same thing with there. This is one of the reasons why I'm using the OpenXR plugin right now, because it's the one that has no functionality at this point in time. It's the most bare bones plugin that we have. Is to make sure that I'm not using any platform-specific logic. So with OpenVR, we have all the beautiful hand models that are automatically working, but they only work if you're using OpenVR. You can't deploy that on another plugin. And that is obviously something that we want to avoid in what we're doing right now. We want to make sure that we build something that would work on all these devices. For the Quest is the same thing. The Quest plugin is actually one of the most feature-complete plugins that we have right now. And that's many thanks to both Fredia and Holger, who have been, especially Holger's Toolkit, who have been building so many things around that plugin to just get you up and running. But again, with there, a lot of that logic is ended to the Quest and may not work on other platforms. Now, I do think that Holger's Toolkit has some PC compatibility mode built in, so it is a good other starting point. Now, with the Godot XR tools, I try to make everything as cross-platform as possible, which is also one of the reasons why we are doing this tonight with the hands, because we don't have a solution that works on every platform. That said, the plan for Godot 4, now that we have some experience with the hand models on the Quest and the hand models on OpenVR, and soon I'll be doing the same in OpenXR to get a good feel of how OpenXR implements that. The plan for Godot 4 is to have a core functionality for that, so have core support in the engine, so that you as a developer can just use the core support, and how that then works on the different platforms is up to the plugin developer to decide. And what we're going to do tonight with building one that is not taking any of the platform functionality into account, that will probably become the fallback solution that will be in the core solution. But that's all future music. Tonight we're going to do it ourselves. I think I got bitten by a mosquito. Anyway, so where are we? We've got our initializer working. We've got our main scene set up. We have some stand-in boxes. We now need to start looking at creating some hands. So in our add-ons folder, in our XR tools, no, that's not where I want it. We only have an images. We actually don't have an assets folder, so that's just scenes. All right, I'm going to add an assets folder in here. There we go. Because that's where I want my hand models to be. So let's go back to Blender and make a fool out of myself, because like I said, I haven't really done much with Blender, which means that I am going to do a save as first, because I want to make sure that this thing is saved. Let's actually create a folder in here. There we go, for Blender. All right, and I'm just going to call this hands for now. There we go. Save as. All right, so okay. No idea what those are for, but I just want the hands. So there we go. There's a hand now. That is floating beautifully in the middle of nowhere, which I'm not too happy about. But it looks like it is centered. So is that still? That is still working. Cool. So I just went into object edit mode so we can see our. Oh, we're on that rotating point. How did that work again? I always forget about that. Like I said, I haven't used Blender for a little while. That just selects the vertex. I just want to move my origin point. Can I want to do that here? Can I do it? Here we go. Set in origin to no. Oh, that's the origin. That was definitely not what I had in mind. Okay. God, where did I do that again? Well, let's find out. Blender center origin on object. How to recenter? No, I want the other way around. I actually want to change the arbitrary center. Is selected. Okay. And select or okay. Shift Control Alt C. Really? Shift Control Alt C. I think that's Blender 2.7. That no longer works in this. Okay, so. Oh, look at that. That's pretty nice. Is this selecting? Okay, so. How do I set my origin point? Because I don't really want to move the hands both in the same place. I do actually want to make sure that the hands are properly oriented. Actually, that's already rotated 90. Why is that rotated 90? That's definitely not what I wanted. Okay. I wonder why it's like that and not straight. It's interesting. You know what? I'm actually going to go and center this guy. Come on. Boom. Okay, how do I put my view back? There we go. All right, this is going to be Struggle Town, I think. All right, so all selected, rotate. What is? No, that's not how I want to rotate it, because I want to make sure that I am looking at the top. Top. Woohoo! All right, we're getting the hang of this. So I just wanted to make sure that that is actually like this. But we need to add a skeleton to this guy. There we go. So that we can animate it. God, I haven't done this in a while. Okay. So Blender 2.9 add skeleton. Because I just want to use the Noob Pro modes. Okay. Okay, bones, laying down bones. So no. Because we have this auto skin function in Blender, if that still works, and that should allow us to get somewhere. But need a model to put on. Okay, that's fine. Boom. Set up block dude standing. You can add plane. Okay, I don't care about the plane. You're placing armature bones inside your humanoid, so you must work in wireframe mode, not solid mode. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So how do we turn on a wireframe mode? Probably in here. Viewports. That's just which way we're going. No, it's not in here. How funky is that? So, is it one of these? Bodybuild, knife. That's all our functions and objects. That's not what I'm after. Wireframe mode. Ta-da! Cool. We're getting the hang of this. Oh, let's have a look. Getting busy. Alt G. What does Alt G do? Oh. Doesn't seem to do anything. But it might be because I'm still in that mode. Don't know. I put my Blender assets in the project with a .gd ignore bad habit. No, not at all. In this case, I just wanted to save it separately because this is not the asset that I want in my project. In my project, I actually want to have the final hand. And in this case, I'm only going to put the GLTF file that I'm going to create for each hand in our assets folder. But when I do my own projects where I am modeling stuff and I want to keep those models with my project because I might want to edit them and re-export them, I do the same thing. I have a Blender folder inside of the project, and in that I put my Blender files, and then .gd ignore is a good way to make sure that Godot doesn't try to do anything with it. I generally don't put that in there because Godot ignores the blend files anyway, but on export you definitely want to have that GD ignore in there. Shift S then center. Ah, look at that. Cool. Alright. Well, we've already centered it, but for our other hand, we're going to need to remember that. So. Hey, Rod. How you going? Second lockdown starts today in France. Good news. Everybody's buying Quests too. How cool is that? Good news here, of course, is that Melbourne just came out of lockdown. About time that in Europe they are starting to look at lockdowns again. I hope it helps. I hope it does something. When I hear, back home, I'm originally from the Netherlands. Obviously I hear the news from there. My parents still live there, and most of my family actually still lives there. And when you look at how many cases there are a day, in Melbourne at the worst, we had 700 a day. That's nothing compared to most European countries. So we saw it getting out of hand, and luckily enough, our government at that point in time said, we don't want to go in the same direction as Europe and America went. So we went into lockdown pretty quickly and pretty heavily, and still took 1 to 2 months before they got out of it. And even then, I'm sort of wondering, are we fast enough? That said, there is an interesting contrast with where I live. I live in New South Wales, which is a different state. And New South Wales have put their money on having really strict contact tracing, combined with an incredibly active testing regime. So basically, if I'm worried that I would have caught COVID, I just go to a testing station, get tested, and a day later I know whether I'm clear or not. And there's, they want you to do that, so that's all incentivized, and that they try to get people to do, to get tested as soon as they feel something. And that means that there's thousands of tests coming back negative because most people, they might have just caught a cold, or there's people who they stub their toe and they think they get COVID. So I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of people who are getting tested for nothing. But it's better to test a whole bunch of people for nothing than to miss that one person who walks around for a week, spreading this disease, I guess. But as a result, I have to hand it to it. I wasn't expecting it. I was actually expecting it to get out of control here in New South Wales. But it seems that the measures are working, and we have a couple of infections a day on a bad week. But that's it. And for 99% of those, they know where it comes from. Most of those infections are people who are coming back from abroad, and they get off the plane and they go straight into quarantine. Everybody who lands here from international needs to be quarantined for 2 weeks and get tested multiple times during those 2 weeks. So and that's where most of the cases are, and they stay in isolation. So yeah, my hat's off to the New South Wales government for actually doing a pretty damn good job. And but yeah, it's weird, and it's hard to compare. I don't know how much Australia avoiding most of the pandemic has to do with us enacting all these rules and doing the extreme lockdown in Melbourne and closing everything off, and how much we can attribute to the fact that Australia is a bloody island that is hard to reach. And again, we did close the international borders really early on in this pandemic, and that might have saved us. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's scary to see what's happening in the U.S. and it's scary to see what's happening in France. So yeah, I hope you guys are all safe and being careful and making sure that you take your precautions, because this thing is nasty. And yeah, all the best in that way. All right. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I want to do with the bones. So Smacks is right on the money. I the last time I did this stuff was already a year ago. Just try to remember where to get started with the bones. So you will be placing armature bones inside your humanoid, in our case inside of our hand. So you must work in wireframe mode. We already changed that. Otherwise you will total solid. Okay. Oh, look at that. Ah, cool. This is something I really like about this new version of Blender. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, because I actually switched it. I thought that as long as you're away from it, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, New Zealand did. New Zealand, in my eyes, did much better than Australia, and that's also why I was worried that things would get out of control a lot more in Australia than in New Zealand. They went into lockdown much quicker than we did, and they went out of lockdown much slower than we did. The really weird thing was that when New Zealand got through their first wave, which only saw a handful of people infected, they really waited until there were no cases for a number of days before they said, okay, we're going out of lockdown, we're going to open this up. And basically the day after they went that, it's almost like our government said, like, hey, we can't be behind New Zealand, let's open everything up. We had this big plan about slowly opening up our schools over a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden it was like, no, let's just open them up and let everybody go to school because this is ridiculous. And I was expecting the worst at that point in time, and luckily we did well. I guess we waited long enough and we had the cases under control enough to do that way. Now, of course, the thing in Melbourne was just weird. That was just stupid, and kind of the same actually as in New Zealand, from what I understand. The whole second wave in New Zealand, or the second cases in New Zealand, was all about this thing getting out of control somewhere in one place. Someone who was infected, being a super spreader and spreading it around a certain area, and it not being detected until it gotten out of hand. Now, I still don't know what the origin point of the second wave was in New Zealand, whether they even ever found it out. Here in Australia, the fingers were pointed at quarantine and the fact that they hired untrained people to to enact a quarantine. Now, by this time, there's a lot of people who think that that's just scapegoating. We don't know, and we probably will never know. But yeah, that was the thing that went out of control in Melbourne, combined with the fact that it eventually spread to people who who aren't in the most stable financial position, didn't fall under all the measures that we were having. And if you have to choose between starving because you can't do your job and being sick, then you do your job. You go to work even if you're sick. And if you happen to have this thing, you spread it. And I think that's also one of the things in America. When you look at how much the spread has been in America, it's they're asking people to stay home when they feel sick. Well, if you don't have a safety net to fall back on, you're not going to stay home when you're sick. You're going to go to work. You're going to make the money that will put food on the table. And if it then turns out after a week you actually have this thing and you've been spreading this thing for a week, then things run out of control. And that's, I guess, the way that we run this world right now. I don't know. I'm not an expert in it. I'm just surprised by how things have been keep getting out of control with these things. Anyway, let's do some things that we do have control over and see if we can create some bones. Yeah, a cultural thing is definitely a big part of it. When people shout the loudest that their freedoms are being ignored and their privacy is being violated, but then they're gonna take more risks than in a country where people accept a little bit more control just to nip something like this in the bud, and rightfully so, which is the scary bit about it, right? You read any dystopian novel and it starts with government overreach. In this case, it was probably warranted, but at the same time, have we opened Pandora's box, and is the government going to be abusing their newfound powers of control for their own good? You never know. I'm not that much of a conspiracy theorist, so I like dystopian novels. It's fun to read, but I think in reality we have a society that's a little bit more resilient to those things. I'm more, obviously some countries in Asia you might put some question marks whether they go too far. I'm wondering about America. What is happening in America is weird as well. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Everybody has their story to tell in that way, I guess. All right, but I still need to figure out how to make our armature. Our first bone. Pandora's box would be a fun VR. Yeah, try and close that box again. Yeah, they must have a holiday crowd. Well, that's the same in Holland. That's why things are running out of control in Holland. Everybody needed to go on holidays. And but then again, this is the thing that I said in the beginning, right? I live in Australia. We're a freaking island, and a really big island too. It takes 8 hours by car to drive from Sydney to Melbourne, and most of that is open space. If I start driving south, Sydney, I'll be driving through Sydney for 1.5 hours before I hit the border of Sydney. Then it's forest for an hour until I hit Wollongong. You pass Wollongong in half an hour, and you drive up the Pacific Highway, and most of it is empty space. You'll go from one little town to the next little town, but there's a lot of natural borders that prevent spread, and especially when you're an island and you've already contained whatever cases are within the island. And you don't let anybody in, then anybody who does get in, who is allowed to come in, goes into quarantine. It's a pretty it's as safe as it can get. You compare that to Europe, when I live in Holland. Well, yeah, you got your places in the Veluwe and up north where there's wide open spaces, but the moment that you get into northern or southern Holland, You know, it's dense. It's one of the densest countries around in Europe, and the same really applies for a lot of the other countries as well. You know, there's a lot of space in France, but still there's a lot of large cities, large towns that are very interconnected. So yeah, Europe is interconnected in that way, and it's hard. It's nearly impossible to stop people from traveling around. So I think in that respect, Australia has lucked out, I guess, just because of our geography and you know how the country is structured. In that way, I am very worried what will happen to Australia, and the same for New Zealand once they start deciding that let's have international travel again, because there's people shouting that right now and who want to start traveling to other countries, including Europe and America, and unless you keep that quarantine in place, which a lot of people won't, will try to avoid, could get messy. Anyway, all right. So shift. So do I need to have this guy in edit mode or in wireframe mode? I think I'll start with this because it didn't say. So Shift A. What did that do? Oh, here we go. Armature. Oh, that's a really big bone. All right. Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Hold on. I'm gonna take that out because I suddenly see that we actually. Where's my view? View. Top. So we center that view. We haven't centered that yet, so let's do that first. No. Tab A. Rotate. Just want to make sure that my hand is straight to start with. The other thing that I think we need to do, I actually want to make sure that our origin point is about there. And let's do that from front. That's good enough for me. No, I want to see it from the back. View back. Dang, you can't really see that very well. Okay, I think I got it. I need to start learning these these keyboard shortcuts again. All right. So this is going to be interesting when we want to do the same with the other hand. Maybe that's something that we should do right now. And let's go tab. Yeah. So let's click on that one. So I want to move that one into. Why did it not do that? Into the middle as well. Because I need to make sure that this guy is basically the same. So let's go to top view. Top. There we go. So let's go into edit mode, select all. Let's position that just about over there and rotate. And I just need to eyeball this. I don't think I can do anything better than eyeball it and hope that it's about the same. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's do that first. Fill in that hand, viewports. Okay, rotate. I think that'll do. I think that's good enough for what we want to do right now. So I'm going to go, oops. Let's go out of that first. I'm going to hide our right hand and we work on our left hand. And now I'm going to go and add that armature. There we go. And we're going to have to work with that. So. Okay. So move with G. So this is This is going to be using all the same controls. So we're going to start with that, and we're going to rotate this guy like this. And now we're going to go, oops, scale it. Wow. Okay. No, that needs to be much smaller. Okay, like this. And actually, I want to make that one move to the back. Okay. G. Oops. That'll be good enough. Okay. Well, yeah, I probably could have done a mirror modifier on the left hand, but let's see. Alright, let's have a look. What's everybody writing? And that would be pretty careful. Privacy impact assessment before everyone is. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't really trust the Australian government doing a very good job there. I think there's a couple of people in the Australian government who are more than happy about the fact that we're collecting all sorts of stuff. They can't wait to abuse that. Yeah, I know, Misha. We're going to see how far we can get with some of the automatic logic, but we'll see. Well, I'm going to be animating the armature in Blender, so we're going to create all the animations that we want in Blender, and then we're just going to access those animations in Godot. So that should hopefully work well. And I wonder how far we're going to get in the 3 hours that we have, because like I said, I haven't actually done this at all in Blender whatsoever. So that's our pose. Armature. Oh, did I just go out of edit mode for that? There we go, back in edit mode. Okay. So let's keep reading. Let's hope that most of this stuff is all the same. So okay, so with that selected, no. Here we go. So let's go put that over there. So I just want to place this bone into my thumb. This time we don't really have to do anything scaling wise. Okay. I don't think I need to do too much with my... Ooh, that's going all the wrong way. Oh, that's better. Do I need to really do much more of that? I don't think so. I'm wondering if I should just move that all the way to the end of my finger here. Because we're not going to do much with that thumb. Alright, so I'm guessing we can go back to this guy. Extrude to there. Oh, that's really... Positioning is really awful. Okay. Cool. Happy with that. Okay, let's extrude that again. Now I wonder if the... I want that to be exactly on that. I need to do that with the other ones as well. I wonder if we can mirror our armature once we finish it for our other hand. So let's see. Okay. Move that inside a bit more. Move that a bit more that way. Figure out where the middle of our finger is. Okay, there we go. That one's all the way in the wrong place. Maybe over there. I think that's about in the middle of our finger. So we're gonna start animating from here. This is basically just the inside of our hand. I think that one we might need to make that 2 parts. I think that might be something that we need to do. And I think that one, as a result, also needs to be a bit lower. Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to go and move this one a little bit more like that. Or should I have that nicely? I think I need to have that one over there. Which obviously... Yep. Now it's too high again. This is... Jan's probably going to be laughing because this is as horrible as how you do positioning of a spline, of a curve, a 3D curve for our tracks in MagRaiser, because you're always moving it in the plane that you're looking, so you always end up pushing it into the wrong direction, which is funky and annoying. But we're getting there. All right. So yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. It's a bit weird how that, I think this one just, maybe I need to move that a bit more like this. There we go. That'll give me a little bit more control over that thumb, but I don't think we're going to do much with that thumb, but we'll see. All right, let's go and, oops, that wasn't what I had in mind. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's that one. And we'll adjust the positioning in a minute. There we go. Oops, same mistake. So I'm pressing E every time that I want to create a new bone. And I'm just making sure that we have the bones that we need, but they obviously now need to be positioned correctly. Oh, that's going to be hard. So there, that one goes over there, that one goes over there, that one goes over there. Let's see if that makes sense. That one needs to be a bit more there. That one needs to be a bit more there. I think that's good enough for that finger. Yeah, no, I think animating a hand is probably the most straightforward that you can get with this, because we're obviously going to make this pretty simple. I'm not going to go too overboard with this. There we go. That's what I'm afraid of. That actually needs to go there. That one needs to go there. Needs to go a bit back. So, because all that we're going to end up doing with this is just basically making a fist and making a trigger action. Alrighty, that's pretty cool. Alright. You can see how far off we actually are every time that we move this. It's pretty crazy. Alright. And now, see, we're now all of a sudden too low. And that's really, you know, every time you move it, you get closer to where it should be. And then you slowly get everything into a position that makes sense. Okay. I'm happy about that. Now, the other thing that we're pretty lucky with is that this hand model makes, you know, it's a pretty straightforward model for a hand. So, see, now it's hold on. Oh, this positioning is hard. Rotating this thing so that we actually are in a position where we can see where things need to be. So I'll move that one over there. See, now we're mostly too far down again. But we're getting closer to where we want to be. That's that. Oh, that's getting there. Alrighty. Let's go save that. That looks pretty good. I think our skeleton is pretty well in our hand. Alrighty. Sweet. Cool. Yeah. Perfect. Cool. Alright. Yeah, that probably would have been a really good idea, Ivan. Ouch. Yeah, there is a VR add-on for Blender. I haven't actually really played around with it yet. Something that I definitely do want to start looking into. I am a big believer of, well, I think modeling in VR is really good in some ways and troublesome in others. But you look at something like Medium from Oculus, or what's the other one? Microsoft has one as well, where you can actually do 3D painting and stuff like that and create models that way. That's pretty damn powerful. What I'm really interested in, and something that I want to work on, and I'm sort of fleshing out, is to actually have a scene editor in VR. And even if you're not making a VR game, even if you are making a normal game, I think having a scene editor in VR is going to make it so much easier to lay out your 3D environment, because you have a much better sense of scale, and you have much more fine control over how you're positioning things. So that's something that I'm looking forward to working on in the near future. That is definitely something that I am going to be doing stuff with. All right. So we've extruded all our bones. Cool. Naming. Okay. Do we want to name all our bones? Now, just to make things easier, we're going to name the bones. For example, my bones are named right forward. Okay. I am actually not going to care about the naming of the bones right now, because we've got so many bones. Something that I probably do want to do at some point in time. But for now, I am more than happy to leave that the way that it is. So we're gonna leave that that alone. Now, this one's going to be the important one. Now we need to parent the bones to the mesh. Go back to object mode and select the block dude. So in our case, let's select our hand. So yeah, we're out of edit mode. Okay. So we need to select our hand first, and then our armature second, and then we do parent. Did I just parent that? No, I didn't get a parent menu. Here we go. Connect. All right. So those two guys are now together. Yeah. Now I do want to name the bones at some point, but I remember that they do have funky names, and I want to leave that as is for now, because yeah, remember there's always 3 bones in a finger and 2 bones in a thumb, and they all have funky names. So yeah, at some point. Anyway, cool. Moving the bones. So okay. Pose mode. So now, in theory, okay, we skipped the step. Let's go and undo that. So I've parented that, yeah. Where is the step that we actually do the? Oh, look at that. Parenting menu will pop up. Select armature deform with automatic weights, which we didn't get when we did this. Okay, can we go and undo our parent? So no, was I in the wrong mode then? Maybe that's why. Boom boom. No, we're in vertex mode now. That wasn't what I had in mind. Okay, hand, armature. Ah, look at that. objects. No, that's not what we're after either. What am I doing wrong? So we need to select that one. Then we need to select that one. Then we need to... Here we go. Armature with automatic weights. Oh, weights. There we go. Alright. So now we have our armature, our pose. So now we should be able to do console tab. Oh, no. Console tab. Okay, this is going through all the modes. Pose mode. Well, I could have done it for that. And now we have that it moves. Now it's the automatic weights didn't do too good of a job. That's interesting. Well, that one's pretty nice. But not perfect though. But I don't think I care that much right now, because I will be fine-tuning them eventually. Right now, I'm only interested in having the basic logic work. Okay. So, in post mode. Alright, I'm going to go back first. Wow, it's actually remembered all the steps. Okay. So. Alright, I just wanted to do that because I wanted to actually duplicate our armature first. So. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay, so. Dang it. Armature right. And this one's going to be called armature left. There we go. Move that. No, don't. Can I move this up? Can I reorder that somehow? No. Doesn't really matter. It's going to end up underneath the other armature anyway. So I'm going to hide that. Select that. Parent. What would be the difference between envelope weights and automatic weights? Don't know. Yeah, so basically that's what we're going to be doing is I'm not going to worry about my other hand right now, but I just wanted to have this in place. Weird how it moves that. But anyway, basically the idea that I have here, actually I don't really care too much about the pose. I want to make two separate animations. One is an animation for making the fist except for my index finger, and the other one is that I want to make my index finger move. So this is the one that we're going to link to our trigger, and this is the one that we're going to link to our grip. And in Godot, we're simply going to use the two animations with the blend, and then use the inputs of our controllers to control how much of that animation we do. Now, again, because I'm just rushing through this, I don't want to, I don't want to spend ages here weight painting and everything like that. We're gonna just leave everything at default. If I do this all right, I'll have a hand that's properly put together with all the two animations that we want. And yeah, we'll see how that works. So the next thing is obviously that I want to go and okay. So one of the things that I'm wondering about. So pose mode. How do we set our starting keyframe? So You have to do pose mode, select armature object mode, switch to pose mode, that's fine. Try moving a bone around, that's great, we've done that. You mesh it, move bones, sweet. In-depth info and select the bone topic, add or remove, no, that's not what we want. Alright, so animate bones in Blender. That's our next step. Model and animated, whatever. That's a big robot. Okay. No. I want something more straightforward. Come on. Well, I think that's going to go a little further than I wanted. Okay, I like it. Dummies. Oh, but that's if you buy a dummies book. Okay, that's not gonna help. Alright. Let's try and figure this out. Action editor. There we go. I haven't done this for a while. I might be doing this completely wrong. I want to have an action grip. Now that's just searching for it, isn't it? I want to add a new action. Mikey, make it work. Yeah, Jan, that would probably be a good idea. No, I don't need an iKey rig on this because we're doing something really simple. As long as I figure out how to animate in Blender, which I have absolutely never done in my life. So yeah, So we're going to end up using our animation tree in Godot. Yeah, so obviously, everything with weight painting and stuff is the territory of Blender. So once we've got this properly set up and we've got our two animations and everything's working, we just export it and we use it as is in Godot. And the only thing that we're going to be doing is our blend shape to do the two individual actions and combine them into one. But it's just a matter of figuring out how do we do those things. Oh, look at that. So I just added something. Why is that called summary? No. Oh, here we go. Action. Grip. Yeah, so I now have an action. Grip. That's the one that I'm right now doing. Okay. Actually, I want to... Can I do another action? No. New action. Next. Okay. So we got a grip. And we got an index finger. Actually, must have had at least one. These things, Blender, animate, action. Actions. Okay. Animating objects and properties in Blender, actions record and contain the data. As everything else in Blender, actions are data blocks. Okay. So when you animate an object by changing its location with keyframes, the animation is saved to an action. Okay. Each property has a channel which is recorded. For example, cube is recorded channel X. Cool. Sweet. So we got our actions. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Oh, that's just a glossary. That's not really the one I had in mind. Now, that's pretty useful, not? That's fine. The thing is, how do we create a keyframe? That's where we need to start. I actually want to start with my index finger. So we need to go and add a key. So we're on frame 1. That's good. How do I add a key for this? Insert keyframe. I. All right. Rotation. I just want to do the rotation. So yeah, here it is indeed going to be interesting if we would have named our bones. Maybe I should do that. Where are we? I should have done that before I duplicated my my armature, shouldn't I? Do we want to go back for that or not? Maybe I should. You know what? Let's make our life easy. Let's go and undo everything up until we duplicated our armature. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Oh, I can't go any further back than that. That's okay. I'm back enough, far enough, so that's cool. So here's my armature. We've got all our objects. So in edit mode, let's go click on that one. So can I see my bone somewhere? Bone. Ah, okay, cool. So we don't actually care about this. This is going to be okay. So names of bones in hand. Cool. Yeah, I remember that those crazy names that we have here. So metacarpal. Here we go. Proximal, middle, and so these are. Oh, look at that. We've got. Oh, those are basically these bones over here. So those are all our metacarpals. But we have our proximal, middle, and distal. So this is going to be our index dot proximal. Did I type that right? Okay, cool. And this is going to be boom, our index dot middle. And that's going to be distal. Index dot distal. There we go. Boom. All right. So with our thumb, we only have a proximal and distal. We don't have a middle. That's fine. Thumb proximal. Did I spell that right? Proximal, yep. And that is going to be thumb dot distal. There we go. Yeah, probably that would have been even better. Just I'm making it too hard on myself, am I not? So that's going to be middle dot proximal. Oh, this is going to be fun. Middle dot middle. Middle dot middle. And that one's going to be middle dot distal. And then when we rig this whole thing, we're going to figure out I got a name wrong. So that's our ring finger, isn't it? Ring dot proximal. Ring dot middle. And that's going to become a ring dot distal. So that's pinky. Pinky dot proximal. Pinky dot middle. inky.distal. Alright. Do I really want to call this? Why not? Metacarpal. Did I write that right? Metacarpal. Okay. Nope, haven't yet. Index. Boom. Middle. Ding. Ring. And this guy, we're just gonna go roots. So. Alright, cool, cool. Maybe that was a little bit overdone, but whatever. I thought there was a duplicate in here, so let's just do that, and then paste, boom. And this is gonna be armature right, which we obviously still need to mirror somehow. Armature left, there we go. Select the hand, select the armature. P. I'm starting to get good at this. Gonna hide that one so that doesn't confuse us. Save. Okay. So we're still in our action thing. That's pretty good. So here we're gonna say new index finger. Boom. We're gonna go to our pose mode. We're gonna grab this guy and we're gonna say insert rotation. We're gonna grab this guy, insert rotation. We're gonna grab this guy, insert rotation. There we go. So, okay. I don't see the other ones. I would have actually liked to see them all, but anyway, that's fine. So now I'm just gonna go to 60 frames. I actually want to change the whole. We'll do that part in Godot. That's fine. So now I want to go into top view. Top. And we're going to rotate this guy a bit. Okay, so how much of a fist do we actually want to make this? Because that is going to be our, our trigger. Okay, so is that as far as we want it to go? Well, we can always adjust it if we're not happy. Okay. All right. I think that's good enough for this guy. All right. So that made a duplicate. That doesn't make any sense. No. Can I do that? Whoa! Did I just drop my? No, I didn't. I just went out of it. So that's that one. Okay. So how do I delete this guy? How do I delete? That just unlinks it. It doesn't actually delete it. Okay, is it back in our dope sheet somewhere? Animation, armature left, index finger. So that's our. That's the whole thing. Oh, I don't know. Oh, What? Okay, it's a little too easy to make these things. I actually, well, you know what? I'm gonna rename this grip. And there you go. Okay, I hope I didn't just destroy my my index one. There we go. So if I go back to index finger, that still works. Cool. If I go back to grip, I don't have anything. Okay, so in grip we need a little bit more. Rotation, rotation, rotation. There we go. Okay. So same thing, we're going to go to frame 60. Start with this guy. Actually, can't I, when I want to rotate, yeah, I want to do rotation. Oh, look at that. I can use my blue thing. And I can use my blue thing. And I can use my blue thing. There we go. There we go. And again, I don't really care about perfection right now, because as long as we end up with our base animations, I can always go back in here and start perfecting them. There we go. And now, oh, I forgot to create my keyframes. Dang it. That's dumb. Okay, let's do that again. Okay, that was a bit dumb. So, boom, rotation. Boom, rotation. Boom, rotation. Boom, rotation. I wish it would figure out that that's what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. All right, and now this guy. Okay. There we go. Now there is an argument, I think, for actually making the finger straight at the start, but I think that's all right. If we go back to the index, and obviously I need to go in there. And one thing that I'm thinking about is basically the moment, you know, if I'm on here and I've got my finger pointing forward, which is on my thirst over there, like that, then obviously all the way there's no tracking. So I'm on that part, and then it's just the last little bits, the last little trigger bits that we actually track. So what I'm thinking about doing is we're going to actually go over here, about there. And again, this is something that you would really want to perfect by actually having something that triggers it. But I'm going to insert a keyframe here, and for this guy as well, and for this guy as well. And I'm going to go and move that. Whoops, that's not what I just want to move that one keyframe. How do I move just the one keyframe? I think, yeah, I think like this. And I actually want to move that over. Actually, that should probably frame number. think actually I want to have that on frame number 2, like this. Okay. So we've got that now for this guy. Obviously, I'm going to want to do the same for this guy. And I want to do the same for this guy. First select and then move. So what I've now created is that when we're not pressing our button at all, we're in pointing mode. And the moment we press our button, we straight go to there, and then we have the last bit of the animation. Now that's probably too little. That is too little. So I've done it a bit too much. Okay, so I'm going to just move that there. Can I just update the rotation that way? I think so. I just wanted a little bit. Okay, let's see. Boom, and then we have our press. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So, we've got our left hand set up. I'm not going to worry about our right hand right now because it is already 10:30, and I actually want to see if this works within Godot. Now, the other thing that I really want to check. Now, that's really where. Okay, that's interesting. So that model is actually not one mesh. That sucks. That's all a broken up mesh. How weird is that? I should have fixed that mesh up first. Might be too late for that, but I'm still gonna try. So we're gonna go to our hand. Actually, for that, I really need to go back to there. Now I want to go to object mode. There we go. Hand. All right. Alright, so how did we do that again? Blender, merge vertices at same position. Okay. Now that's merging the ones that we've got selected. We want to have an automatic merge. There used to be an option in our menu here for that, but I don't think that's still there. Edit mode, merge by distance. Okay, where do I access that? No, that's the problem. F3 merge by distance. Okay, F3. No, that's not what we want either. Why have they changed all the things? So annoying. Because indeed, that's the function that I'm looking for. Yeah, I probably need to re-rig. That's the annoying bit about it. But I might be able to do that anyway. Merge really between the mouse. Yeah, that's the thing that I want to do. Oh, F3 and search. Okay, F3. Merge by distance. There we go. Remove 300 vertices. Bonk. Now, let's go back to our pose editor and see whether we just didn't. Oh, that's not in here. I need to go back to my armature for that, I guess. No. Nope. How do I go back to my pose mode? I lost that original thing that we were looking at, didn't I? Yeah, bones. There's a bones. Pose mode. See, I just need to select that properly. I don't know. I think our weight painting is still working. How good is that? There we go. Problem solved. Okay, so what about our grip? That's still working. Look at that. We just solved that thing. Cool. Perfect. Aha. Really happy about that. Alrighty. So obviously our right hand is currently probably in the same mess, but we'll deal with that when we can. Alright. F3 is pretty cool, by the way. Just search for the command that you're looking for and voila. Okay. So we don't care about that. I've got that one. So what I want to do now is export to GLTF. Alright. So users now. Development, tutorials, hands, add-ons, XR tools, assets. Now here, where are my options? Oh, here we go. Include selected objects. We only want our selected objects. Yeah, GLTF. The file name. Okay, so this is going to be left hand. Okay, what else do we want? We don't need custom properties, I think. I'm guessing that's okay, but we'll see whether that is. Compression, we don't care about compression. Animation, that's probably going to be animations, shape key, skinning. Yeah, just export them all. And there we go. All right, let's see if that's survived enough for us to actually do something with. Assets. Inherited. Well, our hand is nowhere to be seen. Okay. Now the reason why is because I said export selected only. And I was assuming that it would select or export everything underneath here. Oh, my cursor's gone all screwy. And obviously, it only exported our armature. It didn't export the stuff that's in there. So let's do this again. GLTF. Include selected objects. That's still good. Left hand. Let's go and overwrite that. Boom. And now we're going to go into our left hand. And this time we have our hands. There we go. Cool. And we have our animation player. Now what animations do we have? We've got a grip animation. And we've got our index finger animation. Let's see what happens if we play our index finger animation. There we go. Perfect. It's actually, that's quite interesting that there are a couple of keyframes here. I wonder why. Oh, it's got them for all of the bones. Okay, that makes sense. But still, why do we have 2 keyframes and 2 frames? I guess it's expanded those out somehow. I don't know. But that's good enough for what we want to do. Grip. So our grip is going to do that. All right. Now, the other thing which is really interesting is because of the fact that boom, boom, I left our pose the wrong way. So I obviously want to have that on one. My finger is already curled when we start, and I don't want that. So we're going to do one more time. Export. GLTF. There we go. I think it's got everything still there, so that's good. There we go. Let's see what it does with that. There we go. So now we have our hand nicely in that. And then when we move our animation, we see that it does that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to save this inherited scene in our add-ons in here. Where do I want to? Do I want to leave that in assets or do I want to put that in objects? No, I'm going to leave that in assets. So we're going to make a left-hand scene here. But now we want to go and add in, not a subscene, we want to add in an animation tree. Let's have a good. Okay. Oh, there we go. Cool. Now again, I've never made an animation tree either. How's this all going? Eventually, I am indeed planning to add this into tools. Now, this version is going to be a rough version. I might add the rough version as a PR, so you can download it. But obviously, I want a nicer hand, and I want to spend much more time on the rigging before I merge that into the tools itself. But hey, this is a good starting point, right? That's what I'm trying to create here. All right. So let's actually leave that for what it is. We're gonna go to docs, Godot engine, animation, animation tree, because I've never set one of these guys up. So we're gonna go and have a look over here, and we're gonna say with animation player, Godot has one of the most flexible. However, for blending, those animation player is relatively limited, as only a fixed crossfade transition time can be set. Now we actually are not going to be using this to animate anything. We're going to control which frame we want to see. So let's see if we can do that. Animation nodes reference an animation from the linked animation tree. Okay, so we actually need to go and first of all, we need to assign our animation player. There we go. Cool. No, that's good. All right. So again, I've never done this, so we'll see how that goes. So what do we need here? Our root node. To set a root node animation, a few types is available. Animation selects an animation from the list and plays it. That's not what we want. Contains many blend type nodes. It's a mix blend 2, blend 3, and shot. Animation state machine contains multiple root nodes as children in a graph. Each node is used as a state and provides multiple functions to alternate between states. Probably something that we want to be doing. An animation blend tree can contain both root and regular nodes used for blending. Nodes are added by the scene graph. Cool. Okay. Might need the state machine, I think, but we'll see. Okay, that's going between a running animation and a blend animation. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's the thing that we want to do. Is a node to do advanced blending in 2 dimensions. Points are added. Controls. All right, let's try that. I think that might be the one that we're looking for. So blend space 2D. There we go. Now we don't have anything set up here. So yeah, we do want that to be active, else it won't work. All right. So how do we determine which ones we want to blend between? Okay. No, that's all good. So that's our blend position that we're using. Okay, that's fine. But how do I determine? No triangle exists, so no blending can take place. Yeah, because I want to create one. Okay. Good points. Okay, here we go. Add animation grip. Add animation index finger. Yeah, but that's gonna... No, I don't think this is what I want. So what do I want then? Not animation. It just plays an animation in it. Entry. Okay, so that is our graph one with a nice little output. Add node. Hold on. No, I don't think that's what I'm after. What does seek do? Seek just finds a space, I guess. Okay. That's between the different states, okay. We'll figure it out. Just the first time that I'm using this stuff, so it's going to be interesting to find out exactly what we want to do. Because of course the whole thing is that the blend animations is the idea that you've got two animations that are animating and you are mixing those two into one. And what we want to do is we actually want to control a specific point in our two animations and blend those two together. And we actually always want to blend those two together, which is going to be interesting. All right. Actually, yeah. So animation. So here we got our first animation. The animation that we're going to do here is grip. There we go. That's that one. And now we got the other animation, and we're going to go and say our animation is index finger. So if our grip is being output here, we'll see that that is now animating, which is not what we want. We actually want to set it to a specific position. Can I do that with seek? That one goes in there. That one goes in there. Okay, but that starts playing at a certain position. That's not what I had in mind. Okay. Because that's my problem. I don't want to play the animation. I want to control which frame I am outputting. Hi Nathan, hi Noobs Gaming. No, because I want to select one specific frame from each animation and then blend those two. That's the problem, and I'm not sure if that exists because our animation is an output here. There's one shot there. That just plays the animation one time. That's it. That's the thing that I find interesting. That does the filters, but I don't want to do a one shot. I want to have we use this cause a seek command to happen to any subchildren of the graph after setting the time. That's the thing. I just want to have it on that one place. Okay, can I do... Because that only has an animation. It doesn't allow us to specify what frame this is outputting, because that's all that we really want to do. So is there another, what other thing? So we've got a transition here. It doesn't really tell us much what we can do either. That just makes it faster or slower. That's not what we had in mind. That just adds two together to mix them. Well, that's kind of where we want to go, right? We want to go put this one in there, this one in there, this one in there. The base guy's not playing anymore? That's interesting. Oh, doesn't like that. Okay, I just want to put these to there. So why is this one not playing anymore? So obviously we did do something. Oh, that's probably because I made that a one-shot. Okay. What if I make my timescale 0? That works. Oh, what's the duration of our animation? 2.5 for some reason. Okay, so our maximum value there is 2.5. So that's completely... Well, it's a trick. It works. Okay. It's dirty, but it works. And that's all I care about. So, set grip. There we go. So this is our grip animation. And this is going to become our grip timescale. You know, I do think we should be able to just have a node here that allows us to just output one frame so that we control which frame we're having. But hey, if this works, then this works, right? So this is going to be set index. And that's going to be, oh, that's going to be gone. Maybe in there. Nope, that doesn't work. Another timescale. So we're again going to put the timescale here to 0. Haha. Interesting that it did that. Index timescale. It's going to be in there. It's incredibly dirty, but I don't care at this point in time. All I care about is... no, that actually doesn't need to... That needs to add the two together. Now, that's the other thing that I'm missing here. I don't see the filter. So, add this one. Or do we blend it? Let's just try to blend. What's the drift? Oh, blend 3 is probably blending 3. Okay, boom. No, blend is actually taking half of one and half of the other. We do need to do add. We're going to add both together. So boom, boom, boom. Okay, edit filters. How are we going to do this? Okay. Okay. Let's see. 2.5 on that one. If I do back to 0. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Because that's controlling the index, okay. This one's 0. Why does that animate that? Is it filtering the other way around? Well, actually, we don't care about those because they are. Here we go. Oh, that's still doing that. Okay. Oh, why is that curled on our index animation? That does not make any sense. That shouldn't be curled. Unless, oh, hold on. That's our problem, I think. Yeah, but that's what's being controlled by this. Actually, I think I know it. Blend. Boom. We're gonna bring this one in. We're gonna put that in there. Come on. Doug. There. Okay. That's weird. Alright, blend. That's fine. And now we're only going to blend those. Oh, those filters don't really seem to be doing what I think it should be doing. Oh, enable filtering. Maybe that will do something. Alright, perfect. So, if we now set this to 2.5, nothing's going to happen because the blend here needs to be full. Cool. So this now becomes 0. So with that one, we can control our index or index finger. And with that one, we can control that. So that is a really, I think I could actually make that work with the add as well, because that's the same thing. So I'm actually going to try that, because in this case, it wouldn't matter which one of these two I'm using, as long as I enable the filters. That's the thing that I missed. I needed to enable the filtering. And basically what I'm saying is I only want to add these into our normal blending. Now, okay, so the thing that I am doing wrong with this is that I'm now doing an additive blend, or an addition. So I'm taking the index finger position in our grip, which is pointing forward, and I'm adding that to that. And that's going to give us the wrong thing. So what I want to do instead is I do want to use the blend. So the blend in normal mode, if I do this and this, oops, and this, boom. So let's say that I move these both to 2.5. This one too, 2.5, which has now put both to their full animation. I'm going between, well, I'm actually only getting that because the problem that I have right now, I want to save, by the way, I want to save you too. The problem that I have right now is that for some reason my default position has got my fingers all in, which is weird. But if I do my enable filtering, basically what I'm saying is take the animation that I have here as my default. So when it's 0, I'm using this animation completely. I'm using nothing of that animation. When I'm putting that to 1, I'm basically saying now use everything in this animation and nothing from that animation. But because in my filters I've said only do that for the index, this now purely controls my index, because I'm fully telling it to fully blend this one and ignore what's in this guy. So I'm not using any of the index finger information from this animation, but everything else is still coming from this animation. So as I am changing that, it's going to go through, and as I'm changing this, that is going to go through. Boom. So now we need to make sure that we're going to update this guy depending on our grip, and we're going to update this guy depending on that guy over here. Where is it frame 0 or frame 1? Well, in Godot, it's frame 0, which is fine. So we're starting at frame 0 if we don't press anything. And then as we increase our pressure on our trigger or our pressure on our grip, we're going to go and play our animation. And when we've got full grip, it's going to go to our final value. So for that, we need a script. Boom. All right. We don't care about any of this. We care about our process function. All right. Now, the assumption here is that we are going to be a child of an AR/VR node, which is something that we really should add a check in, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. So I'm just going to say controller, and we're going to parse that to controller, and we're going to say get parent, and we're going to do that. And now if we have our controller, we're going to go and do our logic. All right. So now we need to know which controller inputs we want to. Actually, we're probably going to just do that hard-coded in this case. So the two controllers that we want to do is we want to have our grip value, and we're going to get our trigger value. And we now get that from controller.get joystick axis, and the joystick axes that we need. Let me think. Inputs dot. I always forget what these things are called. There we go. Joy VR trigger. There we are. VR. Oh, this is grip. Grip. And this is going to be controller.get joystick axes joy VR trigger. All right. So these now give a value between 0, which is not pressed, and 1, which is pressed. And we need to multiply that by 2.5 because for whatever reason, well, not for whatever reason, I'm guessing that I've got my animations here set to 30 frames per second. Seeing that we made our, no, actually it's probably 25 frames per second. I'm not sure. But because we made our animation 60 frames, what is that? 60, oops, come on. 60 divided by 2.5. How did I do that? 60 divided by 2.5. 24. Okay, 24 frames per second. That's pretty standard in movies, I think. So we didn't change that. We made our animation 60 frames, and that's why we ended up with an animation that lasts 2.5 seconds, which is fine, because Godot will scale the in-between steps just fine. So, and again, we're not actually animating anything. We are using a fixed frame of our animation to position our fingers. All right. Autoplay should be off on these guys, right? Actually, that's good. No, that was on, so it is off by default. Because again, we're using our animation tree to blend everything. So now we need to know how to, and again, the animation tree doesn't allow us to get a specific, specific frame, and this seems to be a really dirty trick. So we're seek finds a position in our animation to start our animation playing, and setting our time scale to 0 means that we're never going to play. We're going to basically be stopping our playback. All right. So now, how do we go and control this from code? Okay, after building a tree and previewing it, the only question remains, how is this all controlled from code? Keep in mind that the animation nodes are just resources, and as such, they are shared between all instances. Getting values in the nodes directly will affect all instances of the scene that uses the animation tree, which is whatever it is. But we only have one, so that's fine. This has some cool use cases, though. Animation data is contained in the animation tree node, and success for your properties. Check the parameters section of the animation tree node. Okay, animation tree, parameters. Oh, look at that. There we go. We got our set grip and we got our set index, and that's all that we want. Can we drag and drop that in? No, we can't. That's a shame. Parameter set grip. Okay, cool. All right. And it's set. Oh, perfect. So what we're going to do now is animation tree dot, is it set? Set. Okay, can I move this in there then? Oh my god, why can't I copy that? That's so annoying. What do we need to do it like this? It would be so nice if you could just copy that. I thought that was possible. Anyway, parameters, set grip. Set grip. Seek position. And that's going to be grip. And the other one is set index. And it's going to be our trigger position. There we go. In theory, that should work for our left hand. So in our main scene here, we're going to go hide our block here. And instead, we're going to add in our left hand, our scene. There we go. And now I bet you that that one is actually the wrong way around, which is going to be fun. But let's see how that is inside of our, what do you call it? Inside of our, inside of our game. And I bet you that our hand is going to be the wrong way around. So here we go. Here we go. Is it coming in? Yeah, it's coming in. Oh, look at that. And it's really, really big. But does it work? No, it does not work. That's a shame. Okay. There's a bunch of things that could be going wrong here, but anyway. Now that is something that I really want to fix in our original GLTF file. Unfortunately, what we now get is that this guy, well, obviously we're missing that information. We really should be scaling it up. We already built our animation tree, and that's a bit of a pain in the butt. Okay. Is that a resource we can save? Cool. Yeah, let's just put it in there like that. Cool. And I'm going to create a new scene, 3D scene, left hand. Now I'm going to take our left hand GLB and we're going to put that in there. There we go. And editable children in there. Now I'm going to go and put our animation tree in there. Very cool. We are going to now do load and go to assets, and we're going to load in our blend tree. Interesting enough, it had remembered it. That's really funny. But now we're going to assign this to these guy. There we go. And I'm going to load my script here as our left hand. Okay, and now I need to close you, and I need to close you, because else we're going to overwrite things the wrong way around. And I'm going to overwrite that guy. So, alright. So that's actually our model now imported, but as a subscene, which means that this guy, we can actually do a 90-degree rotation. No, I want a 180-degree rotation. So that's over there now. And I think I'm going to make that half size. There we go. Cool. Now the other thing that we need to have a look at is why that's not working. So when we go back to our main scene, oops. That one I mean. So we now have our left hand here, and it's more properly sized, which is good. It might need to be rotated. We'll see about that in a minute. That is part of an AR/VR controller. That's good. So the question is, does that not cast properly? I don't know. Okay, that should fill up our whole output, but that's okay. Yep, so we are there. So it's definitely going to go and run this. So either our sets is not working or our solution is not working in game. Okay. Okay. One thing that I can already see. No, that's actually kind of okay. The origin point is not correct. It's too far forward. That's okay. But I don't have my inputs working. Now, one thing that, of course, I don't know is whether Christoph already implemented axes. We might not actually have axes support in the OpenXR plugin, so that is a possibility. And we can test that by just simply saying grip is 1.5. So I'm just going to override the grip to be 1.5 and see if we have a hand that's changed. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Okay. Actually, the other thing that we can do to have even a better look at this, we're going to go and play this. Okay, so let's found it. Yeah. I really need to have something that I can put this on. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to do is I'm going to go over here. And over here, over here, over here. Animation tree. Okay. All right. Why is that such a big value? I don't know. All right, so I don't think our oh, hold on, wait a second. Why is our grip scale here wrong? Okay, let's have a look at that, because is our game still running? Yes, it is. I'm going to stop running it. Maybe our animation tree did not it did not get saved properly. Okay, 0, 0. This one needs to be 1. Okay, so that didn't get saved with our, and that actually makes sense because that's properties. That's not part of our thing here. That's actually part of the properties over here. So those all got reset. So let's have a look if that might have actually solved our problem. Okay. No. Still no luck. We're gonna now want to have a look if we hard coded it here again to say, let's just put our grip 2.5. Because I have a feeling that Christoph may have only implemented buttons and not axes yet. No, that's not doing anything. So, let's have a look at our remotes. I'm actually going to make you small for a sec so that we can have this guy over here. Let's not make that big. That's not what I wanted, Windows. Let's go and see. How can I do this? Put that guy over there. That guy is now not being tracked, which does not help. There we go. Alright. Left hand. Animation tree. So our seek position is now set and not changing. But it's not affecting our model. Why not? Why not? Why not? Yeah, it's not working anymore. Why is that suddenly not working anymore? What are we doing wrong here? Grip. Index finger. It's on the right animation player. It's not actually playing our animation. Is it because we changed it all? Animation tree. Oh, animation tree is inactive. Hello. Jeez. Alright. Well, we've got that thing set to 2.5, and we can see that our trigger is not working. Alright. Now. Alright. Let's go and undo that. We're not getting our joystick axes. Alright. Let's have a quick look into our... This is what you get for using experimental plugins. Where are we with this? So, where would that be implemented? Somewhere in here, probably. I'm just having a quick look. Because if he's only implemented buttons and not our... click pose. No, we got our trigger here. So left hand trigger. Right hand trigger. So we got our triggers. Okay, that's all initialization. So how is that actually update controllers. Here we go. Okay, he has all our pose states, trigger states. Okay, trigger states. We're gonna go through our hands. Okay, trigger grab button. Okay, trigger states, trigger active, change state, grab active, change state. So that's between on and off. Yeah, only the controller buttons are implemented at this point in time. We don't have our axes implemented yet. Interesting enough. Oh, that's if debug input is on. I don't think I've actually got that running, do I? Alright, so that's something that I need to fix as well. It only detects the hands or the controllers if the controllers are on when you start. Yeah, I think that just to finish this last bit and make sure that it works, I'm going to switch back to our OpenVR plugin for this. It's nice experimenting with the OpenXR plugin, but obviously we're not far enough along with that. I don't have it as an asset here, so we'll just go into OpenVR demo. Because I don't really want to use. Oops. Well, I don't have much of a choice. I didn't really want to use the actions, but we'll just use our default actions file. That's fine. My tutorials, VR hands. Oh, but now we've used. Okay, so we're gonna need to change this a bit. That's okay. OpenVR, OpenXR. Okay, so now we have them both. So now we can reopen this guy. Your hands. So this is where I was talking about before, because I've used our subscene from our OpenXR project. All of a sudden, we're in a position where we no longer have our generic setup. We now have our setup purely for OpenXR. So, oh yeah, this is gonna take a second to import because all of a sudden we have our OpenVR hands in here as well. So yeah, we can load that up for the other one just for fun. Anyway, that means that I'm gonna change the structure because I don't want to use this guy anymore. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to do create our normal setup. So we need our camera, we need our controller, and we need another controller. What the? No, I want you at the end. There we go. So that's going to become left hand. That's going to become right hand. Isn't there a way to copy this stuff? I thought there was a way to easily copy this. But can I only do that on... No, I can't. Okay. Well, there is one really easy way to do this. FPS controller is on the ground. Yeah. And that is to do this. And now move that back here. Boom. And now I can move that one there. And that's now in the right position. There we go. So the same trick for our left hand, which unfortunately now got renamed, but that's okay. We will name it back. Boom. And now we can move that over here. There we go, which also reminds me that this guy needs to become controller number 2. We're going to move this guy over here. I actually really don't care about this guy anymore. We're going to go and remove this one. There we go. So now we have our stock standard OpenVR origin. I should have probably put this one up, so I'm going to do that too. Again, this will be updated by our tracking, but I like putting this in a sensible position just for, you know, the look and feel of this. So we got a left hand there, we got this guy in there. Now obviously we need to actually move some code here. So I'm actually gonna go and make my life easy. And I'm just gonna copy that into our main scene. Boom. And I want to have this one in our main scene as well. Boom. And here I'm just gonna call that OpenVR. That will find OpenVR. So this is kind of the situation that you would do if you want to support multiple environments. Now the other thing that we do need for OpenVR, I don't really care at this point in time. I'll have somewhat brightness in the screen, but that's alright. So this is actually a really nice one for me because that means that I have some work cut out for me to make triggers work under OpenXR, which will be fun. There's a lot of cleanup to do on the OpenXR one. So we don't actually care about that because we're not getting any sort of return thing. We'll leave that running at 144. I really don't care because we're not using physics. I think for our start, that is all we need to do to move this open to using the OpenVR plugin. Okay, why is that taking so long to load? Oh, because it crashed. Initialize. Why did that crash? What about PC to FN name? Okay, that's not good. Okay, so why did it do that? Does that have something to do? Oh, no. So I'm having some problems with my import as well. So I'm just going to save and call. I'm just going to restart because I think it's just gotten confused with the two. And actually, I might just remove my OpenXR plugin from here for now. Yeah. I think Godot's gotten really confused after all that. I also want to go and edit this guy. Let's just load our OpenVR lib. Maybe those two are fighting with each other for some reason. I don't know. It's possible. Alright. Go back in. No, it's still crashing. What did I screw up? What did I screw up? Good question. And then obviously it's now no longer able to open stuff. We're not having much luck today. Now one thing that might have something to do with this, and just in case it's that, had problems with this before. Open my demo project, that's interesting. Why am I on the branch locate actions? Isn't that already merged? Check out blah, get check out master. Stream master. Make sure I've got the latest stuff. Look at that. I am pretty sure that we have. There we go. I thought so. That one's merged already. All right. Godot CPP. Yeah, we got that one. Always forget the commands. Is it in here? Here we go. Yeah. We've already got the binding, so I'm not too bothered by that. But I want to do I want to make sure that this is a release build. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? That might be it going a little bit faster. So the reason I'm recompiling this is because I recompiled Godot without debug symbols, and if the plugin has been compiled as a debug plugin, that could clash with each other because it suddenly can't find certain parts into for the library. And I really should remember to always build this as a release build. There are a lot of nodes to compile. There you go. And we compile our plugin itself. There we go. That's happy with that. So let's see if that fixes our problem. May not. May so. Oh, okay. XR plugin. OpenVR demo. Add-ons. Bin. I really just only need this guy and this guy. And I'm just gonna go get rid of those two from here. There we go. I have no idea if this is gonna solve our problem. I really hope. Else I broke my OpenVR project, which would be uncool. No, you're still breaking. You're still breaking. All right. Oh, we've got one more option, and that is it's my VR ones. Desktop stable. Maybe something broke in the latest version. I don't know. That wouldn't be cool. I definitely need to get to the bottom of that. It's not impossible. Okay, well, I definitely screwed something up and I don't know what it is. I do not know what it is. Yeah, that's weird. Why would that suddenly become a problem? Right, what if I run it on this one? Same deal, it just screws up. Oh, fine. That makes no sense. Obviously, in those ones, it doesn't give all the output. But I have no idea why I suddenly broke my OpenVR plugin. How do I force the thing to recompile this as well? Probably the easiest way. No. How do I tell Scons to recompile everything? I don't have a target, that's the problem. Okay, that worked. What were we doing? This one. Because it didn't recompile those files, so just in case that that's the thing that it's got stuck on. Yeah. I know. You don't like changing double to real T. That's fine. Let's see if that makes a difference. Although I'm starting to clutch at straws here. Add-ons, OpenVR, bin, Windows. So that's the one that we just changed. There we go. Replace. And also, I wonder what I did to cause it to not work anymore. Not so happy about that. I've been using OpenVR without any problems for a while now. Yet it horribly fails. Beats me on what though? I have no idea what changed that could explain this. Well, we're not going to figure that one out tonight. I think. Oops, did I close a little bit too much? I did. Well, there are other ways to do this. So let's go and get rid of you. Goodbye. Let's go back to our OpenXR plugin over here. Okay. Let's see if it still wants to run. Now it is possible that maybe I'm overlooking something really obvious in what I'm doing here. And I will figure that out, but I just don't want to do that right now. Instead, what we're going to do just in case. Let's see if we can get some basic trigger support in here. Little bonus. How do we develop on the plugins here? I think we should be able to do something pretty quickly because we already found where it is doing everything. All right, where were we? Here we go. So what we're doing here is we have a change since last sync, and we have a current state. But that is an on-off state, I'm betting. Okay. Trigger states. Let's go and have a look at what have we got in here. Current state. I'm willing to bet that current state is actually our value. Because I'm not using that. No, we've got current state here. Because this takes a boolean is pressed. So if current state is a float. Oh, we got a state boolean here as well. Okay. Are we just looking at the wrong one? Trigger states. It's float. So grab states. That's interesting. That grab states is a boolean because that's supposed to be a trigger as well, or a. So menu states I can understand. But this doesn't make sense because this is a float. And I think I want to see if I can actually get... Alright, I'm just going to see if we can actually get a grab state as a float here as well. So this guy is going to be a float. This guy now is going to be a float. Yep, that should work. So we only have, okay, so that's going to get for the trigger state on left hand. Okay, that's cool. Trigger button, Control G, trigger button, grab button, very good. So this actually needs to be a value. Boom. Okay. But now the other one that we want to call, we want to actually do our controller axes as well. Okay. AR/VR API. Oops. Controller axes. Godot controllers I. This is going to be called trigger axes. And we're going to go whoop, give our state. Okay. And that's our grab straight, and that's going to be our grab axes. So we need to go and define those. Const, and yeah, we're going to need to do dynamic banding there. Trigger axes. Oops. All right. Now. Oh, that's the other thing that's going wrong here, is that is, I think, our button and not our axes. See, we need our analog grip here. Almost got that wrong. Now we need that one there. Can we get our value here for these? Or do I need to look that up? I need to look that up properly. Probably. Alright, analog trigger is 2, analog grip is 4. Really? Okay, that's cool. So analog trigger is 2. Grab axes is 4. There we go. Alright. No. Okay. Let's see if that will work. Bunch of warnings, 2 errors. Too few arguments to call. Okay. 1180 and 82. So what did we screw up? 1180. Oh. Controller axes. Well, 1180. Real. Okay. What is the boolean? 4. I think that's whether it's can be negative. So these are both false. They both can't be negative. There we go. There we go. Boom. Now I've got my my weather right. My trigger and my grip are on bigger than 0.5. I might actually make that lower. We'll see. Oh. All right. That's the plugin. Bin. Copy that over there, replace, but I want to go and get rid of those two. I don't care about those. All right. Let's see if that works. Ah, stuck. Ah, look at that. Now, it doesn't return all the way back to 0 for some reason. What about my grip? I don't think my grip works at all. That's interesting. Okay. That is interesting. Okay. I'm just gonna go. Failed to get flowed for hand 01. Action type mismatch. Alright, so I'm guessing that our grip is an on-off for go on. Where are we? For our good friend OpenXR, which is a bit weird because grip is definitely a definitely an analog button on the Quest. So I wonder what the idea behind that is. Okay, let's start with that because we now need to make sure that that is then going to be different. I do want to go and keep this. But here we're simply going to say if it's true, it's going to be 1. If it's false, it's going to be 0. I do want this guy to be anything bigger than a little bit. All right. So that's in the hands. That's here. Those are only warnings, so it's compiled it. Replace. Let's see if our grip now works. Then we need to find out why our grip still doesn't want to work. And the weird thing is that it curls in, but it doesn't allow us to curl out again. So let's see. Let's just print that as output to screen. Print. Grip. Actually, let's just add it all together. Trigger. Just to see whether we actually get some useful output. It's gonna just overflow our thing, but I don't care. Oh, that's interesting. But our grip definitely doesn't want to work, so that works. And that's actually going between -1 and 1. That is really funky. Okay. I was not expecting that. But our grip isn't working. That's the other thing. Quit. Oops. I did not need to quit the whole thing. Something we found out already. Alright. Let's go load that back up. And let's go and have a look at this. So, the first thing that we found out was that our trigger value is actually between -1 and 1. but we want our trigger to be from 0 to 1. So we're going to simply say float trigger is this guy times 2 minus 1. That should bring it between 0 and 1. Because again, a trigger doesn't go the other way. It doesn't make any sense to me. But the other one is we have our grab states, which goes between 0 and 1. So either our grab axis isn't working or we're not getting our value here. And the way we're going to test that is we're going to actually check our buttons as well. So there we go. That one's there. Copy. Paste. Replace. Let's go back in here. What? Oh. Okay. Try again. So this time it kept it open. That's interesting. Alright. So one thing that I want to do here now is print. Let's put that. Actually, going to put that over here. Var grip states is controller gets button. Yeah, we got a joystick axis, joystick ID. Why don't I have? I thought I had some convenient things to get our button state as well. Is button test. Okay. Okay. Controller is button pressed, and the button that I want is grip. Print pressed. There we go. Alright, see if that wants to work. Again, I don't really care about this. All I care about, that is even worse. What? My grip isn't working still, so. But that's what? Why is that minus 1.7.5 now? What? How are we doing here? States. Ah! Plus 1.0 divided by 2. I did it the wrong way around. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. I'm making beginner mistakes. Okay. OpenXR. Okay, so the trigger is working now, and my grip isn't. Now, it's not impossible that that's actually a problem with my index controller. Wouldn't be the first time that my index controller is behaving a bit. Okay. Oops. Wrong language, Bass. Okay. And one of those is enough. I just want to see if at least my trigger works now that we have the right values coming through. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So that's working perfect now. But we don't have our grip working. Okay. So I'm going to do something really weird. Just in case it's my index controller, because we got two of them. We're going to use our right one. But we're going to just put it on our right hand here. So that's going to look really weird, but let's see if that actually wants to work. So our hand's going to be the wrong way around, but that's fine. So here we got our right hand all the way the wrong way. Ah, that's working. But I'm not getting any input on my grip. And that shakiness, by the way, is because I don't have my lighthouses in very good positions at the moment. So yeah, so I think the conclusion that we can draw from this is that the grip implementation isn't properly working right now. Now, that could have to do that's right, because this error, by the way, space location, is when, because I had my controller, this one, I had it outside of my sensor range. So that's why it's giving that error. So a lot of these errors right now is still just being output because we're still building this thing. Obviously, those things need to become silent eventually. Anyway, the thing that I'm looking for right now, we've got our triggers here. Where's our grip path? Oh, that's actions. Okay, so we've got a grip action here. Grip button. Trigger button. Create action. Create action. Okay. Okay, so I really need to still read up on this whole action system, because this is right now completely hard-coded. So obviously getting all the actions here for it's over here for our controllers. Our index controller. But I bet you that we're getting the grab action different than what they're expecting here. Alright, so we got our actions, we got our path, A path, B path. What do you mean A path? A click B. Oh! What? Seriously? Seriously? Okay. They mapped it to the A button. Not to the grip. Okay. I'm not sure why. But our A and B buttons are mapped to, or our A button is mapped to our our grip. Now I'm not sure why it didn't let go again. Yeah. Okay. That's not so good. Actually, one of the... I actually have a Sublime text license, but I have it active on this computer and not active on that one. I never put it there. I'm a big fan of Sublime. I might switch to VS Code at some point in time, which I don't know. I just have been using Sublime for so long; it's not funny. So yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I don't really want to play around too much with the grip at the moment. It does make sense why, or not make sense why, the grip is a Boolean. Oh yeah, the only other thing that I did want to do is figure out why didn't it go back to 0? I don't know why that is. Because when I let go of the button, it stayed gripped. I'm going to take that one out again. Let's go print that out again. One more time. How is that possible? Why does it have to go to this? Well, that explains why it's not working properly, but... Button to current states. Well, we're using the analog grip there. It should now return either 0 or 1, depending on our current state. Which, as far as I'm aware, is a Boolean. XR rule 32, whatever that means. Should be on off. 0, 1. I just want to have this one back because I wanted to. I should have actually. I should have done that. That's definitely going to be within 1 and 0. So the press works. Am I maybe scaling it up here between -1 and 0? That would be pretty stupid. You know what? I'm going to make that assumption. I'm going to make this true. Oops. True. And let's work on that assumption. Maybe I am scaling it between -1 and 1 in Godot when it can't be negative, which would be a little silly if that's implemented that way, but never know. Okay. Where are we? Not that one. That one. Okay, so it for some reason is keeping our file locked, just really annoying. Alright. Okay, we got it the wrong way around, but it is working. Okay. I don't know why, but yeah, that was weird. Oh, actually, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Let's go on. Close this again. Right. So I don't care about you anymore. So good. Because this is true and this is false. Oops. Did I press insert? I press insert. Yeah. I have to put that license in. It's a problem when you reinstall machines after they crash. Well, after your hard drive dies. And you're just not bothered by replacing the license file. Anyway. So. Let's see. Are you working now? Well, my tracking is looking absolutely horrified in my thing. So my finger, I can nicely move. That works. And this one is now on off because we're linking it to the wrong button. But yeah, that is working. That is working perfectly. Pretty happy about that. Pretty happy. All right. That's our start. So I'm pretty sure that there's a better way to do that blending on the animation. And if not, I think it is about time that we can have a node in our blend tree where you can select a specific frame of the animation to blend. So that's really what we're doing here. We're kind of hacking it together, but yeah, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I think that will be worth improving. Obviously, I have no idea why my OpenVR driver suddenly decided to crash. That's a new one. So that's something for me to investigate. I think, actually, I want to try one thing before we call it a day. Just in case that is the problem. So let's go back to our OpenVR plugin here. Demo. Add-ons. I'm going to go and put our OpenVR add-on in here. And the thing that I'm going to change that I didn't do is I'm going to copy my actions folder over. There we go. Maybe that's my problem because I didn't create my actions folder. Just in case that's the problem. Let's run an OpenVR and see what happens. See if it doesn't crash now. Because that means that it's not defaulting to our default actions. That could be a bug. Because that is something that I have noticed. If you don't have a valid actions file, then OpenVR really screws up. Really interesting. However, I don't think that's the case. It still crashes. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to investigate that a bit further. That does suck though. I don't know what I broke there. Actually, does this one crash as well? No, that one works. See? Okay, so our plugin still works. Why does this work and the other one doesn't? Beats me. Absolutely beats me. Don't know. That makes no sense at all. What am I missing here? What am I not doing? Got OpenVR, the whole thing in there exactly as it is. Is there something in here that is different? No, just the inlib. Oh, what? Put it in the wrong place. Yeah. Try this again. Boom. Look at that. Ah! Cool. Alright. Let's see how well this one works then. That still works. But still don't have my grip working. Now, I don't feel my grip clicking. So again, I'm going to try my right hand controller. I have a feeling that my grip button on my right hand control or my left hand controller is broken. Which would be really uncool if that's true. But, you know, what do you do? Happens. No, I don't think it's that. It's actually... Okay, so now the question is it in my actions? That's also possible. Don't fall down. Okay. 5, no, index. Context. Raw, post, left, right. Trigger. There you go. Analog grip. Grip. Trigger. So yeah, I've got them set up. They're coming in. Did I change this file? Right, don't do that. No, I got my analog grip in there, so. Analog grip. Unless I broke the grip code, it's possible. Yep. That's all I'm doing there, okay. Controller. Let's have a look. No. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Come on. Where's my code that I do the hard-coded processing of this stuff? Why do I got 2 in there 2 times? That doesn't make any sense. Say what? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I got. So we're looking at the 4th one, analog grip. Anyone else is lost, so that's need 4 floating. Maybe it's on off for this as well. That would be crazy. No. Not doing anything with either one of those. Okay, so one of the problems that crash was caused because we didn't have our action set up. But if we haven't got our action set up, and I want to go back into here, then it's supposed to be using the default actions. Oh, that's the wrong one. That are in here. So obviously it's not loading that properly. So that's our bug. It's not loading these when it's supposed to. And instead it crashes. So that's not good. I need to have a look at why that is. So the second thing that we need to do is figure out what the hell is going on with our device binding. Control settings. Show bindings. Oh. Ah, what? Show bindings and control on VR. That's not working. I'm not sure why. But I want to manage controller bindings. That's fine. Why doesn't it allow me to just... Oh my god. Is this not on? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Did they remove that already? Please don't. Please tell me they didn't remove it. No. No, we don't want to block off. Yes, because I also have one of those. No, they removed it. There used to be an option to do the old interface. Ah, God, why? Why did you remove that, guys? Why did you remove that? Dang it. Advanced. Here we go. They changed it. How cool is that? Okay, so let's go here. Index controller. Yeah, that's the one I want. Current bindings. No bindings found. What do you mean no bindings found? There is a bindings file for the index one. What the heck? Because it's supposed to use... Where are we? That's the wrong one. No. VR hands. Actions. It's supposed to use that one. And it knows that because in this one we've said that if we have... Really? Oh no, here. Did they change that? Did they fix that? I bet you they fixed that. I bet you they fixed that. Okay. Quit. Let's see if I'm right. It already closed that. Okay. So we're gonna keep this one in there. So we're gonna duplicate it. Because Knuckles was the old name for our controllers. And I bet you that they either renamed it to index or to index_controller. Program needs to be running for that to work. There we go. Don't care. Our positioning is all wrong. Back. Godot. Still hasn't figured it out. So if I go create, binding type undefined. No. That wasn't what I wanted actually. Come on, there used to be the option to say I want to. Okay. No. Why is it not finding any of my bindings? It makes no sense. Bindings found. Okay. So I guess it doesn't allow me to do that yet because of. It's just too weird. Hold on. I wanna. See if that same problem exists if I go to my VR demo and I run this guy. Look at that. So now, all of a sudden, everything is set up correctly. That was the one that, sorry, I want to get rid of that. That was the one that we accidentally created just now. Boom. So that's correct. So why? Did we copy the wrong folder? Let's go and close this before we get in trouble with that. OpenVR demo actions. Let's go and copy it over here. That's all right. The other possibility is because we left it running, it might have gotten confused about which files we were using. Now it's found it. No. What? No, it's lost it again. Why has this suddenly gotten a different name? What is going on? What is going on? Why is it getting so confused about this? I don't get this. Why is it getting confused about this? Why can't it load these? What am I missing? Do I need to do something in code? Is that my problem? Let's have a look. Am I doing something more in here? Well, I'm using that that subscene. Let's actually catch up on here. Can we collaborate with developing XR tools? Of course you can. If you have ideas, please feel free to submit PRs. Do let me. This is one thing that's really important. If you do, send me a DM on Twitter or on Discord, because I get swamped with messages from GitHub. So whenever someone adds a PR in, 9 out of 10 times I see it very late. So if you want to contribute to Godot XR tools and you've got some ideas, first of all, raise an issue if you want to discuss it first. But if you build something, submit a PR, I can have a look at it. But do let me know, because else I might miss that you've submitted something. Yeah, that crash on OpenVR. I still need to figure out if there's a way that I can trap that and I can give a proper reaction out. I'm not sure yet. I'm still looking at that. The whole action thing is pretty new. And I still need to have a look at a few things there. but I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. Although, again, like I said, it's supposed to use this folder by default if you haven't created your own folder. So I'm not quite sure why it's not doing that. However, that said, maybe I am missing something here. I'm not setting my default action sets. That's the only thing that I might be missing. Actually, that's probably the case. And it should actually be defaulting to our default instead of not doing anything. And that's because I haven't tested that through properly yet. Let's add that in here for now. That breaks. Why is that back to this? That could have something to do with it as well. Let's try this first. Did I not change it back to OpenVR? And it now crashes again. Alright, so we were barking up the wrong tree with that. Okay. What is my default action set? I have no idea. Actually, I'm going to go and do this for now. Maybe I'm just missing too much code. Yep. Okay. That's working now. But why am I not getting this in? That's right, because they aren't. Because that's the problem with using the not so default ones. Let's go and use these instead. Yeah, this definitely needs improvement. Hey, but that's the way we find it out, right? It's starting from scratch. You know, everything that I've built so far around. Hey, come on, find it. There we go. There we go. Haha, it's working now. Everything that I've built around actions. Now, obviously, I've built on a working environment. I've never started from absolute scratch. Now, one thing that's problematic, this is a problem that I've always had with OpenVR, and I'm actually surprised that this is not a problem with OpenXR. But I'm holding my hand straight now, and as you can see, my hand is at 45 degrees. And that's been a problem with OpenVR since the start. But my grip now works. And my finger works. Alright. So, lots of things to fix. Lots of things to improve. Including making sure that OpenVR runs properly if you don't first instantiate the config file. And I think that has got everything to do. Well, actually, No, because it crashed when I didn't do this. So I think if my OpenVR config file is not initiated, I'm not getting the right values, I guess. So that's something that I need to fix. So there's a couple of bugs that I need to fix on the OpenVR side. There's a whole bunch of things that still need to be done on the OpenXR side. Now, the OpenXR, I am not surprised. This is a discussion that I've had with Christoph a number of times already, because he's been very clear that he just rigged in the action support just to get the basic buttons to work, because we don't have an interface. So the whole interface that you see here, I've already closed it. The whole thing around that show all bindings UI, which is the UI that Valve created to set up all your actions and bind them to buttons. You don't have that in OpenXR. In OpenXR, the idea is that you create that as part of your game engine, which I personally prefer. I think the game engine is supposed to be the place that we have it. So one of the things that we're going to look at is seeing if we can either amend the input map, or we get some sort of VR actions tab in here. And it might be that the input map will be a Godot 4 solution, while a temporary actions map or a VR actions tab, that we add that in as part of the OpenXR plugin. This is the nice thing about Godot having the editor being extendable, or somewhere else in the interface. We'll see. But the idea is that we actually build upon the action system and make a proper action system. Just for those who are not aware of why VR nowadays has an action system, what the whole idea behind that is, when you look at our little Quest controller and you look at these guys, these are pretty similar, right? They both have an A-B button. They both have a little joystick thingy. This one has a little touchpad thingy that one doesn't have. They both have grips. They both have triggers. This one tracks more positions of fingers, which is part of your pose system, while the Oculus only tracks positions of 3 fingers. But the bottom line is those two controllers are pretty... They cover the same basic logic. But you hold a Vive one next to it, the old Vive controller. The Vive controller doesn't have half those functions. You grab the MR controllers from Windows, they suddenly have 2 joysticks. They got a joystick and they got a joypad or a touchpad on the controller. While I don't think they've got the buttons. So the problem that we've been having when you design games for VR is that you're second guessing what the controller capabilities are that your user has. So with the action system, the idea there is that you define the actions that you need to do. So you'll have a action, I want to shoot a gun, or I've got an action, I want to grab something, And you then leave it up to configuration files for each and every controller that says, I'm going to map that action to the trigger, or I'm going to map that action to a button. If you don't have grip on support on your controller, which I think the MRs might not have, you link that to a button, which also means that you have support for if something isn't supported as an analog input, you can just switch between 0 and 1, things like that. So the whole idea here is that the action system takes care of the bindings between the actions you've defined in your game and the actual inputs on the controllers that you want to do. And that requires an interface where you can link those things up. And that is currently missing from OpenXR. With a lot of hard coding, and I'm guessing that Christoph has a controller that doesn't have a grip button, and that's why he mapped grip to the A button. So, but hard coded in code. So that is something, that's probably the biggest thing in OpenXR, and something that will take a long time to build properly, because like I said, if we want to really do it properly, we tie it into Godot's action system itself. Godot has its input system, which is also action based. The most beautiful way, I think, would actually be that if I create an action here, and I say fire add, then I can say, well, you know, hey, if I'm doing it as a desktop game, I actually want to put a joystick button there. But for VR, I actually have a new option here called VR action. And I can map that to a VR input. Sorry, I need some water. I have a weird sound. Seriously? That might be. You know what? I'm gonna go and do that. Is that better with the sound, or I don't know. Oh, actually, one of the problems is I need a new mouse. You're probably talking about this sound, squeaky sound. Yeah, my little wheel is squeaking. I need a new mouse. Maybe that's what you hear. I'm not sure. When I move my controllers to that, I don't know. Unless there's something in my sound setup that I'll have a listen to it once the YouTube videos, high quality YouTube videos are online. I'll have a listen to it and see if I can figure out what's causing the noise, because that's not right. So yeah, sorry about that. I did. She's probably the microphone. Yeah, it might be my sound setup. I've been playing around with my sound setup, so maybe I changed something the wrong way around. Let's see. Maybe something with my noise gate or my compressor that's not working the way that it should. Not sure. Yeah, I've got a noise gate on this thing to try and minimize any fan noise that I have. So it might have something to do with that. Maybe that one is set a little bit too high. I'll lower that a little bit, so let me know if that makes a difference. But yeah. So who knows? I'm not an expert on sound, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm hoping that that clears things up. Anyway, I'll have a listen to the recording later on and see if I can figure out what might be causing it, and do something about it. Or else I might just have to turn those things off again. Anyway, so on the OpenXR thing, the whole action system we need to start building. And like I said, we have big plans for Godot 4 to actually embed the action system closer into the core of Godot. Which also means that for SDKs that don't support the action system, like Oculus doesn't actually use an action system, they ask you to use their SDK, and they only have one set of controllers that you can use with that, so they don't have that issue. So we'll probably mimic that, that whole approach and make it work the same way. So we will see about that. That's still up in the air. So that's definitely things that need to be improved in OpenXR. Obviously in OpenVR, I need to find out why it's crashing when we're not loading the config. Whether that is indeed because the files were missing or whether it's just using the wrong ones. Actually, that's a good one, because now that I know that I actually needed to add this, let's see if it works properly if I remove these. Because we originally thought that was a crash, but maybe that isn't. No, that isn't. So it was purely that I did not instantiate our config file, and therefore I was missing my configuration. So that is not supposed to happen. That's definitely a bug in the OpenVR setup. If you don't define your own action set, and it just uses the default one, which is a backwards compatibility layer, this action set here, make sure that the current OpenVR plugin is is backwards compatible with the old one, basically. But it looks like if the OpenVR config isn't loaded first, it screws up. So, something to fix, something to figure out why. As far as tonight's exercise of actually creating our hand, so I've got my left hand now. Obviously, I need to add my right hand in there. I want a better hand model before we really go much further with this. But as a principle, this is working. So I think there's a couple of things that I've definitely... I'm actually going to remove that because I don't like having that around. So yeah, as a principle, I think... Come on. My interface froze. Thank you very much. Come on. Come back. I'll let that run for a minute. I'm not quite sure why that suddenly decided to freeze on me. I'm going to save you. I'm not going to do the right hand tonight. I do not know why this is suddenly frozen. Oh, let's just restart it. I'm not going to wait for that. Oh. Delete. Save. That's still there. There we go. So here's our animation tree back. So yeah, obviously I think the animation blend needs to have an actual feature for this, where you can say, you know, I want to input a specific frame into my blend and control which frame that is from outside. But you know, it's a workaround this way and it works, so I'm not complaining. So right now we only support two things, is, you know, our finger like that and that like that. One of the things that we can, for instance, do is, you know, depending on whether we press some buttons here, we could have finger positions for that. Maybe work with a default controller model or a generic controller model as part of our XR tools, and, you know, adjust our hand accordingly. And I think there's a lot of improvement to be made in the actual hand positions. You know, I just used that model as a base and just rotated around one axis. Obviously, something that really we would want to do is fine-tune the positions of the fingers and of the trigger finger, so that we have some fixed dimensions that it's trying to grasp, so that you can create your assets around that and actually have the hand properly grab, around the gun, so that if you pick up a gun, the hand is actually properly holding that gun. So those are definitely improvements that can be made. But I think the first thing that we need in order to get that working properly is a hand model that is actually nice to look at. You know, now that we've got our OpenVR thing in there, we can actually, just as an example, we can load that guy in. I want to go and hide you. Let's run that. Let's see if that works out of the box. I think it should. Just as a comparison. Oh, that one's off now. Let's put it back on. Oh, we definitely am missing something there. And the thing that I'm missing is that I'm supposed to have a pose in there for that. So let me quickly add that in. That is something that actually needs to be in our actions file. So in this case, I do want to copy this back into here. And actually I want to now use... No, I want to edit that. And let me put this one next to it. Edit. Because I don't think I have this one in the main one. Let me have a look. Glowing grip. It's a pose one. Row pose, custom pose. Left hand, right hand. That's the one. So I don't have them in here? No, I do. Left hand, right hand. Okay, do I need to configure that then? Actions Godot in right hand. That shouldn't matter. In right hand, I've got that, yeah. Did I not set it up in here? Maybe. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry about that. Need to go have a look at here. What's it called? Oh, let's have a look over here. So, okay, that's what's supposed to be in there, but I bet you it's not in here. It isn't. Okay, so that needs to be added into the default one. Let's see, where did I put that here? Poses. Oh, I do have it. Oh, no, that's actions. Bindings. I got too many files open. Here we go. That's in the add-on, yeah. So that's the bit that I need to copy. Demo actions bindings. No, it isn't there. Okay. Now I'm confused. So let's go back here. Let's go back to here. Edit. Edit skeleton. Left hand skeleton, left hand, right hand skeleton. Okay, so that's all bound. It's all set up. So why am I... Oh, does it work now? Really? No, that's flying away for some reason. Come on. Okay, that... Yep. I haven't done this for a while. This one is actually one that needs to be... Oh. No, it needs to actually be here. That gets its pose in VR space, which is kind of nice. But did it just go off? Come on. No, it's on. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? That's all good, that's all good. It's a child over there. It's a right hand. Very good. Come on. Yay, finally. So, this is what I wanted to see. Is this a difference between... Well, first of all, you can see that the positioning is wrong, because we got this strange 45-degree thing in OpenVR. But obviously this one has a little bit more sense of where my finger is. So here you can see that it's actually only changing the top part of the finger. And here we can see that as I move my... I don't know if you guys can see that on the camera, but if I move my finger around, it actually attempts to move it around. So if I had my controller in my hand, you would actually see that properly gripping the controller. So actually not bad. I'm not that far off, which is not bad actually on my part. Obviously, interestingly, that I'm keeping the top part here, the top part of this. I'm not actually moving that. That's kind of interesting. But yeah. So obviously a model like this is much nicer than this. So that's something to to possibly improve upon. But yeah, I think that is not bad for what we did. So you know, and that 45-degree thing, you know, that's something that I really, that has amazed me from the start. Where OpenVR does that right, and Oculus does it well. I don't know if it's right. I know where it's coming from. It's because of the orientation of the Vive ones that they started with, and you know, you find actually when you look at the controller, you can see it, right? You know, this is how you hold the controller straight, and this is at a 45-degree angle. That's your rest position, and that is why when you're holding it like that, it has that extra 45 degrees. And that's just, you know, they take that as the rest, and therefore, you know, it angles like that when you hold it. And the other SDK, see, this is your rest position. This is how you're holding it. This is when your hand is straight, when you're holding it like that. So that's your rest position, and that's why on OpenXR and on Oculus, our hand looks proper instead of 45 degrees turned. So, oh yeah, maybe you make human hand. Again, the problem that I have, and the thing that I need to be careful with, is because I want to add this into my XR tools, I need to make sure that I use a resource that has a proper license. Obviously, if I use something where it says, you know, you have to, you know, you can only distribute this non-commercially, or you know, there's other restrictions to the license, then that's not something that I can just add into the XR tools library, because that that needs to say fully MIT license for code, and as far as I'm concerned, CC0 license for the assets. You know, because you need to be able to freely drop that into your project and use that as is. So yeah, so we got our left hand working right now. I'll see when I have time to at least rig the right hand to have that in there by as a start as well. Because I don't think mirroring is a good idea here. Potentially I could just use the left hand and mirror it in Godot itself. I might experiment with that. You know, it saves us rigging two different hands. So yeah, we'll see. That's really it. I think that's where I'm going to leave it tonight. I will be pushing this in as a PR on the XR tools. So again, if you want to play around with XR tools, it is on the Godot VR GitHub page. The Godot XR tools library here. There's a whole wiki page about this with documentation on how this works. There's still blanks in it. There's still things that I need to complete in here that I just haven't had time for. But it does get you started. So yeah, expect a pull request in here soon. I should really merge that in as well. So I'll be looking at that tomorrow at some point in time. So expect that soon. And I really need to have a look at that. Why is multiplied as a... Oh yeah, that's right. It's supposed to have the delta inside of there, which is interesting. Well, we actually do that. I have to have a look at that. That's probably correct. So yeah. That's it, I think. So, thank you all for watching again. What time is it right now? Ooh, 1 o'clock. Well, we went an hour over time. I hope it was informative. We covered quite a few different things and did some crazy debugging. And that's actually a good point as well. I need to put my my changes in OpenXR in as well. So, I'm hoping to come back to our little space game soon. I've had a few little distractions. I've been pretty busy during the last couple of weeks at my work. Things have been ramping up a little bit over there, so that is leaving a little bit less time for this stuff, unfortunately. But I hope that changes soon. Then I'll have some more time to actually work on these things. Because for my space game, I've got a few things to prepare before it is interesting to make another stream about that. Then again, these little sidetracks are fun as well. You know, I think this was a really good one. This is something that I've been wanting to implement for a long time. So exploring it here and getting our basic logic together, I think is a worthwhile endeavor. So you know, from here we can start polishing it up, and again, I'll probably rig up the right hand sometime this weekend, and at least with the assets from Twisted Twig Leg, get a first up and running version of this. Might not merge it into the project right away, but at least I'll have it as a PR so people can look at it and play with it and give some feedback on it. You know, if there's someone out there who wants to make some nice looking hand models, please, I'd love to get them. If you want to donate that to the project, that would be really cool. So yeah, that's really it for me for tonight. So again, thank you for watching. See you all hopefully next week. Have a great night. Till next time.